Well, good morning. And that's the wrong thing to have up right there. Um, I'm gonna get the rest of the stuff set up and we'll just get going. Gonna be exploring serverless Rust today. What's available on AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. All right, we got the glasses. Those on. Get going. Some coffee. It's a little weak today. I wouldn't say it's good coffee. I'd say it's weak coffee. Should have used less water. We are going to start this adventure in the browser today. Want to look at see if they have Google Cloud or something. Gee, I wouldn't even know where to start with this one. I like the idea of running serverless systems, so you don't have that sort of monthly overhead on this. Um, but there's also that tipping point where you always have at least a small amount of traffic and still need to serve it up. Google Cloud. Let's see. I want cloud functions. I want to go to the console on that. I don't even know what I would see in the console. Gaming. Can they do all features? I want languages. I want to know what I could build this in. Language specific runtimes. Okay. I don't want either of those, any of those. Unless these can do WASM. Loading WebAssembly modules efficiently. Oh, interesting. And what is it? This is under developers Google. Okay, loading WASM, but see, it's under web. What feature is this describing? This is in for Chrome, new in Chrome 66. Okay, so this is not what I want. All right, well, I expect that it's going to be true that you could load this. Oh, that's a Z, Azure, serverless. Good. Hey, Zenacron, how are you? Azure Functions STK library. What is this? Ooh, an interactive JSON log viewer? What makes a log viewer interactive? Like a single page app sort of log viewer? Oh, in terminal. Okay. That's cool. This is over a year old. Well, nearly a year old. Oh, it doesn't support Rust at all. Okay. So the one that does support Rust at the moment is AWS. Hey, I have to go through the list, right? All right. Runtime for the Rust language. Okay, so I get that we could use this for Rust. I'm fairly acquainted. I don't know. I've seen this before. I just wanted to see if Google or Azure had basically done anything with this. What I don't remember. Okay, here's the custom event. Here's the context. Because their functions are interesting in that they can respond to all sorts of different things. They can respond to a change in an S3 bucket. They can respond to a huge number of things. So that's quite interesting in that you could do that. I wonder if, um, last I remember, Azure functions lived for a certain amount of time, um, and that you could also, this is a little fuzzy in my memory, store things like database connections, things like that, in the runtime of, let's say you were using like a Node.js. So when you fired it up, like you're handling the next request, you just grab another DB connection out of the pool, and you don't have the startup cost again. Oh, in Azure, the only first-class language is C#. Everything else is very unstable. Oh, that's too bad. So in AWS, all the functions are run under the same worker, which makes sense. I'm gonna go ahead and toss this in there for a moment. Handler doesn't matter. Yada yada. Okay. Um, I'm curious in their example, anyways. You have context. What is context? And can you have statics? Let's say a DB connection pool. Um, let's say in a something that's set up only once and can be shared amongst many requests. So if we think about this in terms of um, handling request after request after request, I think it's just the handler that's going to be run again. But I'm not certain. Oh, this will be fun. Okay. Well, look at the stuff there. But on AWS, let's say we didn't want to have. I'm not saying that the right way. Let's say that we wanted to use their services that are pay as you go. Right. So a site that doesn't have much traffic, that only maybe gets fired up once every 3 weeks or something. How do we optimize our costs for this situation? Right. I don't want to have to run something for like $20 a month just to have it run every so often. So products, I wanted to, they have blockchain. Who doesn't have blockchain? Databases. Would be nice as if they had something that was pay for queries, etc., etc. In memory, key value. Key value would be okay. DynamoDB. Yeah, I don't think we need Cassandra, Graph Time Service Ledger. No. And we'll check out this one. DynamoDB's. See, this one spawned off of not a Cassandra-like system, but see, do they say in here? Enterprise ready. Are we enterprise yet? Are we enterprise ready? Just remember that. Are we enterprise grade? Are we enterprise There used to be a comic on this, a little skit. Anyhow. Serverless web apps. This looks like it's 35 times C. 35. Understand what that is. Then in code for weather app hosted in S3, user clicks to get the local weather information. I mean, ideally that wouldn't be in S3, that'd be on some sort of edge server. And this is interesting. I think I would rather have Lambda serve up the HTML in this case, because I'm expecting it to be slightly different for what I want. I mean, we could do the whole single page app thing, but I don't know, I'm growing tired of that. I think we can get a better time to first render using lambdas. Microservices. Dun dun dun. Social media stream is loaded into Kinesis in real time. Ooh. User profile stored in RTB. What is RTB? Oh, real-time bidding. Oh, I see. Huh, interesting. All right. So what is the pricing on something like this? Oh, that's right. They have two modes. One where you can optimize your costs on the right. It's like they're reserved instances. It's kind of like this. They have their as you go and reserved, basically. Pressing calculator. Okay, I just want. How much does it cost? How are you going to nickel and dime me, Amazon? Learn more. On demand. Key terms. Oh, I love having to read a dictionary in order to understand pricing. All right, and there was something in here about sizes. For example, strongly consistent read request of an 8 kilobyte item requires 2 read request units. All right, so if you compress them, you pay less. That's so sad. Oh yeah, the pricing section takes you to that page we were on. It's like, which door do you want? The red pill or the blue pill? Be careful, Neo. You might not like what you find. Alright, so we have the 4 kilobyte requires 1 read unit. And write request units. Standard write request unit can write up to an item up to 1 kilobyte. Additional, okay, so if it's larger than 1 KB, additional write request units are required. Stream read request unit. Each get records API calls. Each stream read request unit can return up to 1 megabyte of data. Whoa. Okay, so wow, key terms are important here. So we have read request units, we have write request units. So the read request units are 4 kilobytes. The write request units are 1 KB. The replicated write request unit, well, that's hard to say for me. Replicated write request unit. When using DynamoDB global tables, your data is written automatically to multiple AWS regions of your choice. Each write occurs in the local region as well as the replicated regions. It'd be neat if DynamoDB had, what do they call them? The eventually consistent data types. The you see them in like React and stuff like that. Actually, I think React was the first place I saw them. Enterprise NoSQL database. Show me a page that says this is the hobbyist NoSQL database, right? Like, so React was owned by Basho. It's written in on top of Erlang, and it has crazy kind of predictable. I guess we'll call it. It has a very very predictable um, load story or performance profile. Um, scales really well, and it's easy to set up. Looking at you, Cassandra, not easy to set up. Looking at you, what is that other one? For the main stack, MongoDB. Like anything that you have to have like a team of people managing your database. Blah. A little punchy today. However, everybody loves Cassandra and Java, and people look at React and Erlang like sideways. They're like, Erlang? Isn't that a dead language? Um, however, it has a neat kind of story behind it in that um, Basho went under, but the community ended up buying um, the parts of it and open sourcing React. I think it was Bet365 was one of the major uh, players in that. Yeah, that's why all of these things are like ancient, because well, the website stayed up. Um, Erlang was developed by Telco. Nightshade did. And good morning. Yeah, it was actually developed by Ericsson. It's Ericsson language. Um, this is let's see, what are we gonna get here? Okay. Where is it? No, it's not gonna. What? Wow, this is a lot of kid stuff. Holy cow. Is this because I'm or go on here? Did I leave my account logged into one of my kids' devices? Anyhow, there's a really old school thing explaining Erlang on YouTube. Um, but we were looking at this stuff. DynamoDB actually reminds me a little bit more of React than Cassandra. Oh, I don't remember if they make the same trade-offs with the cap theorem stuff. All right. Optional features, demand backup, global tables, yada yada, streams. Time order sequence of item level changes on a table. Interesting. So you can watch a table. All right. Detailed feature pricing. Okay, here we go. Now that we've understood the terms. Oh, let's see. Let's go with. Oh, wow, there's a lot of them. What's this one? Oh, government cloud. Interesting. Cape Town, Oregon. Ohio. Northern California. A little pricier. Oregon. $1.25. Interesting. Read request units are cheaper than write request units per million. It's just a quarter for a million read request units. That's not bad. You left yours logged in, so yours look similar. Oh, that's so funny. Writes are also smaller. That makes sense. But also, a read is 4 kilobytes, right? So if you need a number of pieces of data out, you're gonna pay for it. DynamoDB, I didn't read about the DAC stuff. Oh, reduce latency through in-memory cache. And your cost is a node hour? Interesting. So that they also have that other product. I'm gonna open a new tab, hopefully, because I don't want to lose my place. Searching through that stuff can be challenging. I mean, talk about like decision paralysis. We go into database. They need like a Clippy on here. It looks like you're trying to set up. Now we clicked on database. Why do we have like IoT game tech? Oh, these are like this is like their Clippy. Right? Are you interested in robotics or media services? We've got a tool for you. Elasticache. What is the QLDB? I don't say that's no. They have time stream. Okay, that's logging. Neptune. I don't think we need a graph DB. Where did? Oh, Elasticache. That's the one I was looking for. So the XDB stuff that we're looking at, DAX, excuse me, the DAX stuff here is a node hour. All right, I wonder what sort of nodes they're using for that. Because otherwise we wouldn't. Oh yeah. So depending on how much you want to pay, you can accelerate by tossing one of these on there, which is neat. You can say, oh, I want a 2 gigabyte cache, so I'm going to pay, $40 a month. Is that what that is? What is it? 720 times 0.08. Oh, I think I did that wrong. 720 times 0.08. Oh, it's $60 a month. But who needs that much memory? Also, it's not just memory here. It's also the NIC differences are substantial. if you're paying for a bigger box, you actually get quite a bit more. Data transfer. That's right, they're gonna ding you on this one too. Data in, $0 per gigabyte. Right. Data transfer out to 1 gigabyte per month is 0. Oh, the next 10 terabytes is 9 cents per gigabyte. I see. And then the price goes down after that. Now, when they say out, is that out of Amazon altogether? Into and out of DynamoDB. Okay, no, just into and out of DynamoDB. And so let's say you had, oh goodness, where's the calculator? They have to have calculators. Yeah, okay, price. A basic example, show me. 10,000 writes, 10 days. Total writes, total reads. Monthly bill. Did we hit the amounts? The remaining 2 gigabyte of storage are charged at a quarter per gigabyte, resulting in the table storage cost of 50 cents per month. All right, detailed example. Here we go. I mean, here they're not even touching on the data transfer. I mean, maybe it's not enough to consider it in their example. Oh, they're using DAX in this example here. To review the available hardware specification, determine that the 3-node cluster of a T2 small instance will suit your needs. Wow. You enable DAX on day 26. Yeah. Yeah, that's... okay. 26 out of how many days in their example? 30 days? Like, I'll do caching later. Alright. I mean, how slow is DynamoDB? And why would you have a 3-cluster system of DAX? Wouldn't you just add based on the memory capacity? When it's in memory, it should be really fast. It's not like you're doing any like IOPS for like disk stuff. Oh look, DAX is only $14.40 for the last 4 days. And they do tend to the traffic here. And what is this? In summary, your total monthly charges for a single region DynamoDB are that. Okay. Oh, and then after adding US West Oregon, I mean, still, we're talking about lots of reads, lots of writes. And like $300. All right, now what was their other one? Oh, this is a transaction. Oh, this is their. Is this their crypto one? They're calling it Ledger. All right, closing that. Time stream. So they have that one. Oh, Elasticash. Yeah, we already looked at that. This one here. I thought we had seen something that listed. Oh, we've got a lot of those open. Solutions. I thought they had something in there for logging, and I don't remember it being the time series stuff. All right. There might be something in here that we could use. What I'm curious about in this case is whether or not, like, what sort of logs can we toss into this? Can we do tracing? I didn't do a good job of looking through this. I'm gonna close that, close that, close that. DynamoDB, I think. There is a red-headed woodpecker right outside my window. Like it's hanging on my window. Oh, I've seen them from a little bit further away, but this thing is gorgeous. Oh, that's not a. That is not a red-headed woodpecker. Considering I can only see the underside of it. What is it? Is that a dove? Crazy. It's on like the top of my windowsill, so I get like the tail and the underside of the beast. It looks like it's got like red hints on its wings, and oh, there it just took off. I don't know. Anyhow, Tokyo. We were going to look also at what is game tech? Free cross-platform 3D game engine with full source, integrated with AWS and Twitch. What is Lumberyard? I've never heard of anybody using this. And no offense to like Amazon, but they don't seem like the sort of company that builds game engines. A CryEngine fork. Oh, interesting. Simple and secure. Users sign up, sign in, and access control. That's neat. All right. Fancy. Well, we're not there. I got distracted by lumberyard. Um, going back into the database for a moment. I thought they had application tracing, logging, what? Graph ledger, or was it? Huh. Oh well. CloudWatch? I was thinking that if there were a number of functions that end up feeding into each other, we could have some sort of tracing ID that associates a request that comes in from some sort of edge point, and passes that ID through the system to be able to trace it. People usually set up the ELK stack. Yeah, because I'd rather not do logging. Right? I'd rather have tracing. AWS Open Tracing. X-ray? Distributed tracing system. Oh, that's cool. Okay, maybe this. All right, pricing. Everybody get out their decoder rings. $5 for 1 million traces recorded. Okay. Wow, 5 million. 50 cents per million. Recorded, retrieved, scanned. I see. That's a lot of traces. Especially considering you could only be tracing a fraction of your requests. All right, how do we use X-ray? Does Azure? Oh, what was it? AWS SDK Rust? Was it this one? No. Sort by all-time downloads. Really? It's here. What's this one? AWS Lambda Rust runtime. AWS Labs. So they have 500 repositories. Wow. All right. So is it possible then to use the Lambda crate to interact with these other elements? Let's say X-ray and Dynamo. This. What is that? Oh, there's a deer. Got my reading glasses on. Two of them. Oh, three. Hey, Gemma. Good morning. So I was taking a moment to look at the wildlife. All right, so we have this. Now this, I'm hoping this isn't just bootstrapping the Lambda, but it has other AWS stuff. But it doesn't look like it. Okay, the Lambda function execution context. Values in the structure populated using the Lambda environment variables. The headers returned by the pull request to the runtime APIs. Okay, a new instance the handler of the context object is passed to each handler invocation. Function acting as a handler must conform to this type. Gets into runtime and begins polling for events using Lambda's runtime APIs. Runtime optional Tokyo runtime. Interesting. Which is this V1? It is V1. Alright, where display send sync, okay, deserialized on handler. Alright, and what is an event in this case? Event. So this is their trait, and they've got documentation for the context, but not the event. Wah, wah. Good morning, Super Cuber. There's no definition of event. That's not cool. Not cool. Functions start creates. So in this case, they have this E here. We have E. Ah, I see. So a custom event in this case is some sort of event that at the end of. Oh, it's a generic. I didn't catch that. There we go. Okay, that's interesting. Check use and source. All right. Oops. Where were we? There's X-ray. Okay, now how do we use the rest of AWS from within that? That does not have the rest of it. Updated 3 months ago. And is this the canonical one, the Risotto? It's interesting that they have different portions. Kinesis logs. Okay. Wow, there's a couple here, aren't there? DB. Okay, so we'd want to use something like that. Firehose, ECS. Key management service. What about X-ray? Wow, they've got Glacier. Oh, nice. They've got a Cognito identity provider stuff. That's neat. All right, I'm gonna search for Soto X-ray. Oh, of course. Okay. Now, what is with the has X-ray just not changed in forever? Both stable or beta are required to use Risotto. At least tested but not guaranteed to be supported. Production ready. Enterprise grade. Where was the back all-time downloads? I wonder if people use this or do they use the mega repo, mono repo, ultra repo? I mean, X-ray seems more interesting to me doing serverless stuff. Because if I'm passing stuff around, it seems like it would be more interesting. You're not emotionally ready. That kind of implies that the rest of the Rust ecosystem is also not emotionally ready. I think it's more of a stability thing. As soon as you hit 1.0, you are guaranteeing there aren't breaking changes until you get to 2.0. And then there's the opposite side of the Rust ecosystem that's like every change is a major. And I thought X-Ray was open tracing compliant, which is why I was interested in it. Ever heard a train eat? It goes chew. Chew. Oh. Oh, then we really don't need the client library. That's right. I'll go back. Distributed tracing system. How do they do their authentication with this? Where's features? FAQs. Let's look at the FAQ. Open tracing? No. Getting started pricing features? Maybe. I'm not finding open tracing in there. How it works. Collect traces. Record traces. Well, I don't know if you guys remember the crazy stack I had to get set up to get open tracing working in my project. But if this is just like clean and straight through, heck, that could be a feature. All right, what's the documentation on this look like? Well, okay, might be looking for an overview. Sure, let's look at the overview first. AWS SDK for Rust. Services are generated from the Bodo Core project API definitions. Okay, don't know what that is. Core crate containing common functionality shared across services, and then a crate for each supported service. I see. So the core crate, it's not a mono crate. Let's see. Also provides a credential crate. I see. That's good to know. I'm glad they put that out there. Let's go ahead and click on that. Oh, hold on. Let's go back one. Using it in Lambdas. Yep. And typical Rust tagline. There should be like a Rust fanboy sort of emoji, right? That we could just sprinkle all over stuff like this. Building for Lambdas. Yeah, a little crab. Okay. This makes it far easier to get working in Lambda executables. Oh, I see. Yes, that makes sense. OpenSSL wouldn't be needed. Oh, that's a great point. Glad we're looking through this page. The default features must be disabled since that uses the hyper TLS crate. Okay. Take a peek in here real quick. This is Risotto Core Cargo.toml. I mean, you could do that, or you could use what features? Dev dependencies. Oh, it is using Tokyo 2. Okay, that's different. The other thing we were looking at, the docs somehow linked to Tokyo V1 object. All right, regions and custom regions. Disabling SSL certificate check. Why would you? Okay. Yeah, if you have like something that's self-signed, it doesn't understand it. Oh, I see. Supported AWS services. Just a couple. Holy cow. X-ray test. X-ray client. Okay, client region. It'd be nice if regions like this could come from like environment values. So here's the client. Where do we use the client? Get service graph request. Oh, I see. That's just getting the service graph. Ah, okay. I mean, this looks like it's not actually recording data for that, but that's fine. I don't know why I'm so interested in X-ray. A dyslexic man walks into a bra. Uh, oh, hold on. Let's see if some other jokes the other day. How did the burger introduce his wife? Meet Patty. Da-dunch. Another one the other day. You know that the first toilet on a ship was made by a blacksmith who, despite difficulties, forged ahead. Yeah. All right, so let's get something set up. What I'm thinking here is I want to have some sort of, I guess, what am I thinking? I'm thinking that this should have, oh, all right, let's go to someplace down here. I want to be able to generate some sort of website that basically becomes static, right? You have oh, that's a terrible color for that. Let's go with the dirty chalk. Okay, so we have some sort of statics, right? static. Okay, static, easier in cursive. So we're going to need some sort of DB. We need some sort of code. That's a D code. And these two combined equals that. I mean, I'm kind of in this. I think that some stuff should be static. If I wanted to make, let's say, a shopping cart or something like that, an e-commerce site, how would I end up using the DynamoDB stuff along with this and set it up in such a way that bits of it are cached as static. I know that we could use their elastic cache stuff. That would reduce the overhead on interacting with the DB. Seems like a premature optimization. Because they also have CloudFront. Toss stuff on CloudFront that's generated only every so often. So CloudFront on AWS, if you know this, please let me know. That just feeds off a S3 bucket, doesn't it? And you can control the caching on these elements based on metadata on those bucket items, right? So if there was something that was generating a static content, you could serve that up. Because if you did have some sort of e-commerce site, you could have basically just about all of it baked in, serving off of some sort of like a S3 bucket, right? Some sort of a CloudFront, some sort of cache, but then serve the minimal amount out of lambdas and functions. And what would that be? That would be basically a static site generator plus maybe like inventory. What items do you show? That sort of thing. Because you could have some sort of inventory JSON blob that gets served up, and that could then even further be cached. Okay. I really like using CDNs. Right? I like the fact that if you can do work up front and cache it, it's faster. Right? Why do the same work every single time for every single request? Making things scalable is so much easier, at least for like enterprise grade sites. Sorry, that's a reference to earlier on the stream. Okay, let's build the Lambda. Just make something work. I'm going to need to log into AWS though. Ooh, how do you do that on the stream? Okay, I'm gonna have to have a sister term set up. There we go, love that. And I need to log in. I don't know if I can even log into AWS anymore. Okay, we're gonna try that. Just thinking through some stuff. All right, so let's say create an account. I can click on my account. Management console. I know you can't see this. I'm in the other browser at the moment. All right, we might be able to do this. My account, management console. I think I've only got like trash in my console. We have to sign in. Ooh. All right, we're gonna log in as the unrestricted user. Or do we? I don't. Is that my email? We create a new one. Let's see. We will try to log in. I have not done this in forever. Oh, it might be this one. But where to go? All right. Okay. What? I don't even know what I have set up in here anymore. We're gonna go to Lambda. What can we do? And is there a way to test this stuff out, like to have local Lambda stuff set up? Oh, that's right. I was doing Chromeless stuff 3 years ago. There we go. Can I just delete all these? Actions. Delete. Can I want to select them all. Why can't I select? Can I select them all? No, I just one at a time. Alright. Get rid of these. Delete, delete. There we go. I'm gonna create a function. Latest supported. Custom runtime. Oh, interesting. So how do you do this? Advanced settings. Network. VPC. Okay, neat. Oh, I've got a VPC. I don't know what that is. Services. How do I just delete everything? Why does it take so long? Oh, Google private clouds? Alright, how do I know what I have? Well, let me check on something. I'm gonna go over there for a moment. I have to disable the automatic scene switcher. Okay, this is probably alright. Start that up again. well, let's go back into Lambda. And here's our hello world. Creating, building, and deploying a Rust function. All right, CD my workspace. All right, we're going to create a binary. Oh, and I think we installed the target that we needed for this. Automatically creates a folder for the project. Okay, yes, we know how cargo works. Simple logger, etc. That's fine. And the next stage is to go with X-ray and see what's going on there. And does it have to be called Bootstrap? Expect the deployment package to contain an executable called Bootstrap. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, Autobahns false, and then Bootstrap. Next, open the main.rs. We already did this. Missile crosstab from Homebrew provides a complete cross-platform. Okay. That's interesting. Let's do that. Inform cargo that our project uses the newly installed linker. Okay. Oh, I see. So we were just overriding the linker. Building the function. I mean, ideally, this would all be part of some sort of CI. That's one thing I like about the Google Cloud stuff more than the AWS stuff, because I haven't found it in AWS. Basically, the pipeline for getting code into running state. Building a function. Okay. Release, target, yada yada. Got it. Zip it up. Deploying. And we can configure test events. Now, what if we wanted to deal with HTTP stuff? Can CloudFront use a Lambda as an origin server? So where is that? It's going to be over here, isn't it? CloudFront, where are you? Oh, I've got a CloudFront set up. Just go ahead and delete that. Why can't I delete that? Huh. Select a delivery method for your content. Alright, RTM. Oh, they're discontinuing RTMP. That's fun. Alright, origin domain name. I have no idea. I don't want S3 media. Interesting, so you could set an ELB for this. There's media store, media package. Looks like I can't really scroll down anymore. So for setting this up, we would need the load balancer against. Okay, so if we set up the load balancer to hit the lambdas. All right, so let's go back. This is how you double your costs. Or maybe it's because we don't have a lambda that is not showing up there. Okay, let's just do the lambda real quick. All right, that installed. Welcome to the new ECS console. Yeah, this has been a while. Okay. Coming over there. Hold on. Is the automatic scene switcher on? No. Okay. There we go. I'm going to do something simple. We're just going to do the default one here in their example first, just to see what the workflow's like. All right, so first we're going to make our project. Let's make sure we're in the Rust directory. There we go. Cargo new. My lambda function. Test lambda. Cargo add, lambda runtime. Additionally, we need a few more dependencies. Serday, simple logger. Serday, Serday JSON, Serday derive. Can't we just enable derive in Serday? Cargo add Serday. Oh, they have feature now. Did that not? Did I not upgrade that? Cargo install. Is it called Cargo Edit? I think it was Cargo Edit. Yeah, add RM, upgrade, etc. There was a new feature in here. I think it's with cargo add. We can now say no defaults, but also with a specific feature. Yeah, so you can say features, which is great. Because you used to have to like say, oh, I don't want any default features, then edit it. For an alternative approach to this is to enabling features, consider installing the cargo feature utility. Oh, look at that. Oh, as a dependency to the given target platform. That's neat. Finally out of coffee. The weak coffee from today. Time to switch to water. Yeah, it's taking its sweet time, isn't it? While that's going, I want to look at X-ray a little bit more. I know, I'm like obsessing about X-ray. WebSocket API is an Amazon API gateway. Interesting, okay. I want to see like the interface pictures. Oh, I guess we could just go in there, couldn't we? Services, X-ray. Oh, interesting. X-ray creates a service map of services used by your application to provide you with a view of connections among client front-end services and downstream services. Neat. All right, let's look at this one. Intro to tracing. I know you do. Provides interceptors to enter your code. The dog saw the deer. What's that? The SDK sends JSON segment documents to a daemon process listening to UDP for UDP traffic. Interesting. Oh, that's if you have it on, yeah, application code stuff. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, here, working with AWS distro for open telemetry. And the AWS distro for OpenTelemetry collector enabled for use. Okay, so you can do it, but it sounds like it's a little different. All right, and so let's go back to the use cases. Was it getting started? Let's say I wanted to put it on Lambda. I'll have to figure that out later. All right, so you can use X-ray to trace your Lambda functions. Lambda runs X-ray daemon. Records a segment of detail. Okay. You can unbundle the X-ray SDK with your function to record outgoing calls and add annotations and metadata. If your Lambda function is called by another instrumented service, Lambda traces requests that have already been sampled without any additional configuration. How do they do that? Upstream service can be instrumented. Okay. Okay, so it's under the monitoring tool card if you don't have like if you have certain endpoints or certain entry points. Argo? No. Coming back to this tab here, what are we adding? We're adding Saturday. There we go. So take a peek at that. I haven't used that before. Oh look, and it did it just fine. Okay. All right, now for Saturday JSON. Ah, yes, so we have to do the bootstrap bits. That also means that we need to turn auto bins. Oh, I forgot the path there. All right, so we got that. Good little build. We already got these things installed. Need to do this piece here. Let's go to terminal 6. Test lambda. Make their cargo. Echo that. And that file. Cargo config. Looks good. On my system, it didn't work. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, got it. Building the function. Then we come down here and build it. I wonder if there's a way for us to test these things locally, like run them. I know we could probably have the entry point be for like the AWS stuff, and then we could have our own sort of tests that are inside of the Rust code, and we could run all of that locally. All right, so that's going. Then we just zip it up. To simplify the development and build process, we'll be adding a cargo builder to the SAM CLI service application model. What is this? SAM CLI. CLI tool to build, test, debug, and deploy service applications using AWS SAM. Wow, I just walked into that, didn't I? I was like, I wonder how we could test this locally. Run it locally. Wow, they've got all sorts of stuff in here.
Gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other way.
Single deployment configuration, local debugging and testing, deep integration with development tools. Not mine. All right. All right, so how do we use SAM? And it looks like it's been updated recently, 18 hours ago. I missed this in when stepping outside of the Rust ecosystem. It's like, well, how do we install it? It's like one way. Install Docker. Oh, screw you. You're gonna make me download like hundreds of megabytes of data just so I can run Python? There goes my battery life. Sorry, I'm a little opinionated. I've just never had great experiences with Docker. I know people who have. Alright, well, that's too bad. How do we do this without Sam? You have great experiences with Docker? Ah, man. You love it? How do you deal with like battery life? Or, um, I don't know, every time I've been like on the road and I run Docker, I'm chasing wall plugs. And maybe that's just, you have a desktop, yeah, okay. You have a machine somewhere that you shell into. And what about the like 600 meg downloads? Like, here, download a Linux repo. You know, that takes forever for me. Fiber, yeah. I recently got an estimate for how much fiber would cost me to get installed, and it's if I pay between $10,000 and $20,000 to get it to my place, and then like a many-year contract, it's like $1,100 or so per month. But it's possible. I mean, either that or wait for you know, Starlink. Where art thou, Starlink? Set up a local registry. Like, how do you do that? I mean, I guess I could, and then I could just have it like constantly downloading every night, getting the latest things. Only use images based off its versions. I see. Like if somebody came to me and said, "Hey, here's Starlink," I would give them money right now. Like, set it up, plug me in. And I know other people in this area that would do exactly the same thing. Alright, so coming back to this, wherever we were, since we're not going to use this SAM CLI stuff. I mean, how do you set up, okay, just to go down that road just a little bit more. Docker images. Can I set up a proxy server? Docker registry, wow. Docker registry proxy cache server. Because I do have this Raspberry Pi sitting here. Docker, registry recipes mirror. Registry has a pull-through cache. It's not currently possible to mirror another private registry. Okay. Well, thank you. So what I'm wondering is, how do I run this? So I don't know what a registry is. Run a registry as a pull-through cache. Configure the Docker daemon. Configure the cache. I mean, I see these things on here, but I don't understand it. Registry configuration. Oh, using Docker. That's turtles. Turtles all the way down. Okay, so here, let's. Log into Frank. Frank's a Raspberry Pi 4B Plus. It's got 8 gigs of RAM. Frank must be on. Or did I call it something else? 1.36.7 maybe? There we go. Oh, I called it Bob. It's not Frank. Now, when you say lightweight, how many gigs is that? Oh. Is it PKG? What was it? APT. Ah, there we go. Okay. Docker transitional package. I mean, maybe it's this one? It's only 11 megs. So fast. Look at that. You know what that means? 311 kilobytes per second? That means the kids aren't awake. Either that or I haven't turned their internet on yet. One or the other. Nginx latest is 133, but Nginx Alpine is 122. Alright, so if we install this, how do we... Can it be set up as a service? Oh, here, create a sim link. System, okay, so we can... Service. List. What is it? Help? You're so helpful. Man. Oh, system control, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Alright, I'm going to take a couple notes. Caching registry, let's see what I do. Okay. Alright, so that's working. It's off of this config. Blob descriptor, interesting. Alright, so if we go back to where we were, Docker daemon. Now, this here is YAML. Oh, this is not for this side, this is for the other side. I see, so in this case, I wanted to do configure the registry to run as a pull-through cache. The addition of a proxy section is required to the config file. I see. Now I would have to provide a username and password plain text, I guess. You must secure your mirror by implementing authentication if you expect these resources to stay private. If you specify a username and its password, it's very important to understand that private resources that this user has access to, Docker Hub is made available on the mirror. I see. So we don't have to provide those. YAML, what's the pound in YAML? For the comments. Oh, I don't have multi-vim set up there. Oh, something's going on funny in this. Okay. Save it. Oh, I'm running as root. So all my little tricks are not configured in NeoVim. Okay, now registry1.docker.com. Is this docker.io? Is this standard? Is this kind of bogus already? We'll go with it for now. All right, now on my Docker client, which do I not have Docker installed anymore? Oh, really? I thought I did. Look, there's Docker there. Version. Built March. That should be soon. Close enough, right? User local bin Docker. Okay, so it probably came in through Homebrew. Interesting. It says it can't connect to the Docker daemon. On this isn't that far behind. We could stop that, but so this is the client that I have here. Oh, interesting. Docker info says your registry is that. Oh, the Docker binary is both client and server? Okay. Let's go to 6. Docker status. There's no status. Stats. Docker images. Now I haven't downloaded the OS 10 like Docker client. Oh, I can't believe I'm actually trying to install Docker. Why Docker? What's a container? Okay. Yeah. Full rate limits for certain users are being introduced. All right. I know I have a. Let's see. Forever ago, I was using Docker. Docker ID. Yeah, instead password. I have no clue. No, that's not right. Oh, are they suggesting a password? Oh, view saved logins. I don't have saved logins for that. Did I call it Halsey? No. Ooh. Okay. Halsey. Actually, I want to change my password. Billing. Alpine mosquito. Look at that. This is ancient stuff. So, let's say account settings, security. How likely am I to recommend Docker Hub to a coworker? Oh, you don't want to ask me that right now. Because right now, it's not likely at all. I'm not sold yet. Yep, not using that password. Okay, change password. No, don't save that. 5 years ago. Oh yeah, 219 downloads. Some random fool started using my stuff. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Um, alright, so there's that, but what, and if my buddy finds out that I'm like installing Docker, he's gonna like, I'm not gonna hear the end of it. He's gonna be excited. Alright, so I'm already signed up, but how do... Last time you used Docker, you moved it the same day. Alright, let me log in again. Sign in. No, don't save that. Don't save. Docker additions, containers, plugins. Okay. I thought there was some way to download Docker from this. Does anybody see a way to download Docker? I mean, here's Docker Hub. I guess I don't want that. Maybe I'm at the wrong place. Let's go to docker.com. Developers. Docker product roadmap. Getting started. Download from Mac. All right, Mad Max, if you are listening, just know that this pains me a little bit. Okay, only 453 megs. Holy cow. I mean, I could compile some of my projects on the Raspberry Pi faster than this will download. I mean, look, we're already 5% there. Okay, so once we have that, view Linux engine, Windows Linux. I live on a blisteringly fast 4 megabit per second connection, as long as there isn't snow in the air, rain. Yeah. So if anybody has contacts over at Starlink, please have them talk to me. I would love be using Starlink right now. 4 megabit is too slow? Well, WinDocker requires that you download half a gig of data, yes. Like 20 minutes is a lot of productivity, right? I mean, just think about that. You work, what? 365 days in a year, but that's including weekends. So you get about 260 work days a year, and converting that to hours, you get about 2,000 hours per year. So chopping 30 minutes out of that, That's that's significant. Am I on Ethernet or Wi-Fi? Hey, good morning, John. Um, I'm actually on a microwave internet connection, so my Wi-Fi here is very fast compared to my uplink. Yeah, and I pay about 200 bucks a month for my internet for that 4 megabit per second. But I get to sit out here and enjoy the middle of nowhere, so I don't mind it that much. It's just when I have to download Docker, so that's that's pretty much it. I mean, it's fast enough for like Netflix and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of like 4K. Am I on satellite internet? Oh no, 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 no. That is pain. I couldn't do that. It's microwave. All right, so we're getting this, and once that's set up, we come back a little bit. Where were we? We were over here, configuring the Docker daemon. Now, is this going to be at the same place on my machine? What's the difference between microwave and Wi-Fi? Frequency, distance. Um, so my connection is over a number of miles, and Wi-Fi doesn't have the ability to go over that because you're not allowed to basically have have the Wi-Fi frequencies at a power high enough that you could reach, uh, say, 20 miles. No fiber optic, don't. All right. On Linux, it's going to be there, but on Mac, they have like, and it's going to be over here on Mac, running multiple daemons. Oh, no OS 10. They have machine, OS X, box. You think connecting fiber optics over 20 miles will save more money than microwave in 1 year? No. Where do I live? Pacific Northwest. Hey, good morning. Let's say I'm going to try this. Kumujal? Good morning. Oh yeah, no, fiber would actually cost me 5 times as much. So, actually know the price for that. Go Hawks. Oh, you're talking Seattle. Yeah. And you're talking sports. I see, that took me a while. I'm not a sports fan. So, yeah, it's a good evening to you as well. All right, so coming back in here, we've got a lot of options. Where is the config file for Docker on OS 10? I need a bigger machine for this. I'll show you guys. I don't. Am I logged in? I might actually be logged in because of this. Okay, let's just get Amazon.com. Docker has a config file? I don't know. Well, I thought I thought this was telling us to configure it to use the pass-through proxy, right? Wasn't it? Configure the cache. Oh, this is on the registry, but how do we? And then we tell the Docker daemon here. Oh, that's bright. To use it, right? I have a home office. Yeah, sure, check. Oh, Docker login. So it actually do the instead of your domain, the I guess it'd be Bob there. My proxy. Where did? What am I like? I'm looking for. Oh, pretzel. There's pretzel. What was it hiding behind? Ah, I see. Stack Overflow got you. I'm impressed with their setup. Stack Overflow, they seem like they've got a decent software stack set up. Their little architecture is simple, it's clean. Oh yes, and happy Halloween, everybody. Or what is it? Dia de los Muertos, and early All Saints Day to the rest of you. Oh, there we go. I just turned all the kids' devices off. Just having a couple little hiccups there. How's our Docker? 14 minutes. All right, I should speed up now. Oh yeah, yeah. The kind of what do they call those? Those are it's like a union. Yeah, value is like just a generic object type, and you can pull different types of things out of it. So if you don't know the structure ahead of time, you can say like, oh, I want this as a such and such, and it'll try to convert it, and you have to deal with the failures, etc. All right, so it looks like either pass registry mirror option when starting Dockerd manually, or edit this file and add the registry mirrors key, make the changes persistent. Yeah, I think having the persistent one would make a lot of sense. All right. As what's the other thing we were looking at? We were looking at this coming back a little bit further. I'm going to close that one here. And we were looking at X-ray. That's right. We came back over here. We're looking at some of the tools. We're looking at some example. Where'd our example page go? What's over here? And they were using SAM, I think. Where'd SAM go? Serverless application model. Okay. Now, what we're doing over here is 7. Oh, we updated Docker. That's right, the Docker CLI stuff. Now, coming back through, we need some code in there. Do they have? Oh, here's a block of code. And here, let's copy that. Oh, no. Oh, this is the old style. Copy. Paste that in there. We no longer need macro use. Already derive. Gone. Give that a save. Better check. Oh, good. It is waiting. Do alto logger there. Take a look at alto again. Alright, we'll save that, get rid of that. Here's Lambda. No code action available. Where do we think that's coming in? That's coming in off of Lambda. Wait. Lambda runtime is Lambda? Why are we? No, we don't need the extra and create stuff. Trying to get the code actions to import it. There we go. I know, that's just being lazy. Handler error. Import that. Oh, and this is going to be log error. Make that explicit. Okay, now for serialize and deserialize. Serialize. Let's get rid of that. /AW import. Yep. It's AWS context, isn't it? Oh, and what is new error? See here. Ah, we must have pulled in the wrong one. Standard task context. I don't think it's going to be task context. It's going to be that one. Let's look at Lambda runtime. They might have a trait or something that we have to pull in. Documentation. Handler. The error module. Let's see, we're looking for new error. There is no new error. Let's see, this is going. So we need to return a handler error. All right. Let's take a look at what context has on it. Oh, I don't like it just being called C there. Let's rename these. That is so nice. Those new little windows there. It's nice to be able to keep your eyes in one spot, not have to bounce around. Yeah, there's no new error in there. Oh, nice. X-ray trace ID. The identity. That is cool. All right. Handler error. We just created a new one. From here. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Ours, UTF-8 error. From error. To string from. Seems like we should be able to go from this borrowed string. All right. Yeah, that works. Okay. to where we were. Oh, hold on. It failed. Oh, Docker. Denigron, if in a year I am like a Docker fanboy, this is all your fault. I can imagine having a decent, like overly powered machine and then running like all sorts of Docker crazy stuff on it. Just imagine if you had something that was just like one of those AMD Ryzen 5. What was it? Ryzen 9 5950Xs? Like one of these would do. I think you give like a fraction of a core to each one of your images, and clock base 3.4 up to 4.9. But look at this, only 105 watts. How is it a gaming CPU? I don't know. I mean, really, I agree. I think that it's a workhorse. I don't think you need, you know, 32 threads for games like this. I think the PCIe 4 stuff and those boards, which cost just as much as this chip. If you get a chip like this and then you get a board that matches, you're like 1,500 bucks in or more, plus cooling and et cetera, et cetera. And you still don't have storage, memory, graphics card, all that. But yeah, it seems like having a decent bus speed with a decent graphics card. Yeah, it's included in all Zen 3s. You can go with a much lighter CPU for a gaming machine, a gaming rig. All right, that's still going. I'll just let it go. SLI 3090s, Tamara's CPU. Yeah. I remember when I was young. Does anybody remember the Voodoo Extremes? The SLI 3D Effects Voodoo 2 with it? Yes, this. I had two of these. The 3D effects card with an SLI on it was awesome. It was so cool. I mean, imagine like playing Hexen and Quake. I guess it was past Quake, but you get the idea. It was crazy because they basically did the SLI. They each card would do every other scan line. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Nostalgia. All right. So we're back over there. We put that in there. We produced that. We're still waiting for the SAM thing set up. I think we got all these. That's all good. I think I did this. Just double check. Okay, that's good. Oh, it's up today. Okay, I wanted to make sure that it was built. Okay, I do a little bit. And we're gonna zip it. Okay. All right, let's go to the AWS Lambda console. My account. Let's see, where is it? Is it over here? Already in this? No, okay, let's close that one. Close that one. This one looks like it's not it. There's Docker again. I'm gonna close some of these. Close, close, close. Get these tightened up a little bit. Let's use this one. Go to Lambda console. All right, create a function. Author from scratch. Function name. Rust test. Runtime. They say provided. Permissions. Fine. Network. All right, I do not think we need that. Okay, we'll just create this function. Come on, Docker. Come on, you can do this. Okay. Next, add a layer. It contains your bootstrap and implement its handler. Add a layer? That's new. Environment variables, tags, basic settings. Okay. UPSU file system. Wow, wow, wow. Wait, you can connect file systems to these? Huh. async, invocation, database proxies, etc. Wow. Okay. Um, create a function. Okay, provided. The function screen, use the upload button. Function code section. Function code section. Where's the function code section? Oh, here. File. Upload. Now find, edit, view, tools. New file, maybe? That's not it. Actions. Upload a zip file. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting. How big is that? It's 2 megs. Huh. Oh, my network is very taxed at the moment. "25 seconds in one case. I have no idea what's going on in the other one." All right, so it saved it. It's got Bootstrap. All right, we do not need to make any other configuration changes because our code is entirely contained in the Bootstrap executable. That Lambda will start. The handler information is not needed. When throwing an error, runtime can optionally include the stack trace. I see. Is it done yet? Oh, it's complete. You know what I'm half expecting with this? That 450 megs was just the installer. Alright, so we go in there. Come over here. Got Bootstrap, I've got that information there. Now, what do we do? I guess I'm missing something. It just says save it. How do we? Okay, it says it was successfully updated, but how do we save? Is there a save, or is it just actions? Can we test it? Qualifiers, throttle. Oh, we can test here. All right, now, in this case, what sort of thing are we going to pass in? Ah, first name, rest station. Okay. It looks like Docker might have started up. Now you boot it up and it says downloading. 0 of 21 gigs. That's right, with an indeterminate progress bar. Or progress bar that goes forward and comes back a little, goes forward, comes back. All right. Now in this case, it's asking for the event template, and I'm just going to create. Let's see, what is the event name? Did our code even have an event name? When it says custom event, it just says message. Let's see, custom output is this. Okay, custom event here. First name becomes first name, or vice versa. This is deserialized. Okay. Let's just run it. Create. Oh, this field is required. Create. Successfully updated the function. Rust test. So when we hit test here, okay, maybe that it would show up in monitoring. Yeah, where's our output? Invocations 1. CloudWatch. All right, and how do we know what's going on? Duration. View logs in CloudWatch. Okay. Configure test events. Oh, I see. We just configured it. Oh, we didn't actually run it. Duration. Okay. Max memory used, 28 megs. 34 milliseconds, wow. And if we run it again, .92. I mean, is there any caching? All right, so this went. Oh, hello, Rustation. Okay, so we got something back. Oh, neat. Okay, so that worked. All right, and it looks like this here. I should be able to set up. It's interesting also that you can set up multiple registry mirrors. Okay, I'm going to try to apply and restart there. I have no idea if that worked. Let's come back over here. QA. See, where's it going to dump its logs? Var log. Messages? Alright, now I'm gonna open up the SAM CLI thing again. Whoa, come back. Oh, wow. Thank you. It has been far too long since I've done this stuff. Just saving that little note. Alright, so that's in there. Now, if we come back to the browser, we'll start getting started. Install. Create an AWS account. Done. Configure IAM permissions. Not done. Install Docker. Done. Oh, it's only required. Okay, I actually like to test it locally, so I'm fine with that. Homebrew. Install the AWS SAM CLI. Okay, create an AWS account. Configure it with administrator privileges. Permissions. In addition, you must set up AWS credentials to use credentials to enable the AWS SAM CLI to make AWS service calls. Okay, for example, AWS SAM CLI makes calls to AWS S3 and AWS CloudFormation. Ooh, fancy. All right. The following set of AWS managed policies are sufficient to deploy the Hello World sample application. Docker is only a prerequisite for testing your application locally. Okay. Where was AWS? Lambda functions. Okay, we want to go to IAM. I probably have trash in here too. Oh wow. Okay. Dashboard. Sign in URL. Great. Users, groups, roles. One user. Okay. What roles do I have set up already? Oh, this is the test role. Okay, that we just did. Service role for trusted advisor. Do we need these? Can I not delete like more than one at a time? Oh, you can't delete service role for support. Huh. Okay, we'll just delete the other two. Yeah, let's delete those. It's fine. Users. Oh wow, access key age, last activity 14 days ago. Yeah, that one's fine. Hmm. I didn't realize I had left this running. I know that I have source set builds and that we have legacy build artifacts. I have a place where a whole bunch of stuff is preserved. I forget what is actually being downloaded from it. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone for now. Alright, groups, etc. Let's create a new user. Or is that what it said to do? Yeah, create a user with administrator permissions. Alright. Add user. Username. I'm guessing it's gonna need this here. Username. We shall call it Bob. No. Bus test. Press lambda test, something like this. Permissions. Maybe we should create a group. Policy. Oh my goodness. Group name. We shall call this. Alright, now this one needs AWS CloudFormation full access. Check. Is it IAM? IAM full access, wow. Check. Lots of full access. Okay. Yeah, we have 4 things selected. I'll go ahead and create this group. That runs containers on your OS and Mac OS machines. Well, and other machines. I mean, what OS does Docker not run on? I mean, other than like toaster OSs. Seems like any Linux BSD. Does Docker run on BSD? Was it search Docker? Hi Docker. Docker. It's been a while. Docker machine. Yeah. Well, looks like even FreeBSD has it. Now that was 18. What is it on mine? About Docker. Yeah, I'm running 19 as the engine. Anyhow. Your shared drives. Oh, wait, what are we doing here? Okay, install Docker. I'm going to skip that section for now. Install Homebrew. We already have Homebrew set up. Need the AWS tab. Okay, we'll do that. Then we should be able to verify SAM here. How goes the serverless? Not as instant as I was hoping. So Raymond, what are your feelings on Docker? I should probably read through the rest of this serverless application model stuff. And I wonder how this gets set up with other things like Kubernetes or other stuff. Docker specifically, not containers in general. Good morning, Joker Dan. Dabbled a bit in Docker, enough to set up a Jenkins image that worked pretty well. Oh, nice. Define, test, and deploy serverless applications. Okay, interesting. I'm wondering what sort of configuration this ends up going through. How do you configure multiples? How do you configure them to point to each other? Or do they all point to AWS and just their artifacts trigger other lambdas? Template anatomy. Alright, well, here, getting started. Let's go through the tutorial. You quite like Docker and use Docker and Docker Compose a fair bit. As a company / business, they haven't been the best over the past few years, making some interesting choices, interesting decisions. But as a tech, thumbs up. Okay, that's cool. Oh, looks like I need to do this. We'll let that keep going for a bit. Okay, let's go back over to 7. Oh, Xenocron, you're surrounded by Docker novices, aren't you? Yeah, except sorry, Joker Dan, I don't want to call you a novice, but it seems like Raimo and I are quite a bit more novice. But it's an isolation technology, not a virtual machine. Yeah, I think part of the full, because I think of it as a VM as well, because I'm constantly downloading Linux whenever I'm in like running Docker images. Hey, you need, Ubuntu, you need Alpine, you need this, you need that. And it's like, okay, well, that abstraction layer over Linux containers. Oh, what's it doing now? Python? It's installing. Okay. It seems like what other Docker like technologies are there? Some people might say FreeBSD jails, and there's proper virtual machines. I like VMware virtual machines, right? Podman. Oh, okay. And what is the one that AWS runs on? It's Zen, XEN. Oh, they do OpenShift. Agentless container. Huh, interesting. Yes, I would consider CH rooting. Because I think that actually CH rooting nowadays uses a lot of the same APIs that Docker's using for its isolation. The same boundaries, rather. Kidding, that was just the configure step? Wow, okay. And I'm surprised that I didn't have Python 3.8. Let's look ahead a little bit. Download a sample application. Okay. Init. Build the application. Deploy the application. Oh, you know what? With this stuff here. Oh, we didn't add the next. The previous again. That's right, we were creating this. Add user. I don't know. Create user. Success. Alright, and there's the access key. So we can sign in at that and do stuff. Great. Okay. Should grab that in a bit. Toss these over here. Get out of the way. Grab that. Oops, what did I do? Okay. Tools, scene switcher, stop, close. Toss you back over there. Alright, we're back. Oh good, it's doing the make install. GBZ, good morning. How are you? We are trying to get some AWS stuff set up. Go ahead and close this one. What are we making? We are playing around with AWS, with Rust, trying to create lambdas, and now we've gone off on a little bit of a side tangent, trying to get the SAM CLI tools set up so that we can use the SAM CLI tools to be able to use this serverless application model system locally, so we could test some of our code locally without having to publish it to AWS and run tests on AWS. Can I demo AWS SES setup? I can't. Oh, you were not able to get it running. Oh, interesting. Now we're a little bit removed from that. I imagine that will happen eventually. Um, they also had what was it in the AWS stuff? Um, they had the auth stuff. What was it called? Machine learning application integration. Management and governance. Wow. Identity. Here it is. Cognito. This looked interesting. User pools and identity pools. I I don't. This is one of those things where, like you build this over and over and over again. Just having somebody else having had have somebody else build the basics for this is great. I like this idea. I don't want to have to write this stuff every single time, so it's really cool. Something you started a few years back but never actually got into AWS. Clients end up running with GCP but might be worth checking out. Local stack. Oh, cool. Well, thank you. Wow. Fully functional AWS cloud stack. Oh, crazy. How many pro version of local stack support? Oh, pro version. Oh. Okay, we're gonna back out of this. I'm not. Have I done any SMTP stuff? I have um kind of like implemented email clients. So they never had a pro thing before. Yeah. Well, yeah. So GBZ Aku, what are you trying to do with SMTP? Are you just trying to send emails? Trying to like create like welcome emails or like spam people? What's your goal? What's the best and easy implementation? It depends on what you're trying to do. Like mailing lists versus welcome things or like sign on. Just send emails from Node.js. You should be able to do that with the SES stuff. Um, Outside of that, um, there are places like MailChimp that have, I think, even a free tier. Yeah, sign up emails. Yeah, SES should work. MailChimp should work. There's some of those other ones. Yeah. I accept all cookies. Fine. If I remember correctly, they had, okay, for developers here. I think you're looking more in this direction. Create an account, get your API keys, install the client. And here you could say, oh, we want to use Node.js. So they have examples on how to do this. I mean, MailChimp, these guys probably have more prescriptive documentation than the AWS stuff. AWS, I find they're very verbose because they're solving um, everybody's problem. All right, so we've got this. I can close that tab. I might have configured this correctly. I'm going to check. Let's see. I'm going to open a different terminal. I don't know if it's good, if that config file is going to have my password in it. Was it Etsy Docker? Okay, it's not there. Your local Etsy. There's no Docker. Yeah, I don't see the Docker configs anywhere. Anyhow, let's keep going. What? Let's see. I would like to try out and test this. Um, I'm hoping that I can do something that would show us some sort of log here. If on this is the Docker registry proxy that we've set up. It's on a Raspberry Pi. How long have I been coding? Professionally? 20 years. Maybe more. Alright, so there's that. Let's try to get. Oh, is this still going? Hold on a sec. It installed Docker. No, not Docker. Oh wow. What? It installed Python 3.8 and now it's doing 3.9. I'm OG. Oh. Either that or I started programming very young. I guess, like, how many of us can say, I remember before the internet? No, you remember before I remember before the internet. Morning, Guerri Toro. I always want to say that with like my very bad kind of Spanish accent. Yeah, call your local BBS. That's right. Play a mud. And sign up and sign in. This is amazing. User pools, you can easily and securely add sign up and sign in functionality to your mobile and web app. Huh. Why are they moving so fast? All right, looking outside at the critters. I just came out of that. US folks with their early internet. And this year is nice. Mobile and web apps. That is cool. And do they provide like I thought I saw SAML on there, some other stuff. They have like a FAQ, getting started for API reference. I used to be able to tell the difference between like a 48.8 connection and a 56.3, 56.2. And then if you hit 56.6, that was gold. And then I found an ISP where I could actually use bonded dial-up lines. That was awesome. that was so cool. Oh, it was so fast. Oh yeah, Z modem. Oh yeah, Z modem. Man, developer guide. I think that's more what I want. Yeah, SAML identity providers, identity pools, OpenID Connect. Wow. Security. Wow, this is great. All right, let's come back here. Oh, it needs not just Postgres, but also MySQL? Or is this just like some other random upgrade? Oh, I was doing an install. There we go. Mouse wheeling in there. Okay. Let's find some microscopic Docker image. We'll see. Docker Hub. Ooh, sign up today. No, I just want to sign in. Not scanned. Oh no. 14K? Yeah, that was such a thing. Ooh, Turbo Pascal. Nice, yes. That's cool. All right, so how do we run this? Docker start blah darker. We probably need to fetch it, don't we? Docker image, import, inspect, load. Huh. So we still have nothing over there. See, nothing. Like it's not, no, okay, we're gonna hit cancel on that. Come back over here. Or was it here? I'm gonna see if, I need to find that file, the daemon.json file. All right, I'm not finding it on the hard drive. OSX. All right, so I actually went through this earlier. I added the config to that. Oh, interesting. That's different. Actually, it's right. That is it. Okay. Oh, and I got the config wrong. Let's go fix that. This is going to be, oh. Oh, come on. This upgrade is butchering my Vim install. All right, let's hop out of there. We'll just use Vim. That's where it should be. Now I have to restart Docker. Okay. So now we have this still. Got those selected. Okay, I'll just select this line there. Over here, let's pull this image. Ah, connection refused. Fascinating. Why would the connection be refused? Obviously it's running. Do we have to provide a port? Docker registry? No HTTP secret provided. Generate a random secret. Okay. Redis not configured. Using in-memory blob descriptor cache. That's fine. I mean, are these errors or just information? Yeah, it's just info. Oh, it's listening on port 5000. All right, let's try providing port 5000 to that. Oh, and was that HTTPS? It doesn't say. Okay. Eh. Let's give Docker a kick. Restart Docker. Yeah, restart it. All right, it says it's starting up. Come on. All right, what are we going to run when we get there? We'll just run this Alpine build again. should probably do something a little bit more helpful though, because if it does work, I don't want to waste the bytes. Ravi? Huh. What is it doing? Rubber band? SRT? Hmm. Alright, let's keep going. Hopefully we can still stay productive. So in this case, read me as events. Say I'm an int. Application template, hello world. Generating app, okay. And it's generating a Python one with unit tests, that's nice. Build succeeded, build artifacts. Hmm. Oh, were we supposed to, I don't know, I don't want the giant banner. Just gonna click on this, open this again. I want to see what were the Docker things that were supposed to be installed. Hmm. We'll be adding a cargo builder to the SAM CLI service application model. All right, let's check on this again. I want to see, did they get cargo? Cargo. Oh, it's closed. $9.24. Oh wow, this is a recent thing. Oh, fancy. Okay. Ooh, it's pouring. Pouring all those brewed. I don't know, what do they call their home brews things? I think the casks are the pre-built ones, aren't they? Oh, maybe they call them bottles. Look, we have bottles here. All right. So it looks like cargo is going to work. Just do they have more documentation back here out of the issues? Number is probably the most slowest package manager after composer. It's too bad. All right, do they have templates? Snap, tests, media, docs. They do have docs though. Oh. No, we've seen that before. Really, I clicked on it. Didn't mean to. Now, I'm guessing that we're installing the AWS toolkit right now. Oh, MySQL 8. Oh, it's upgrading it. Okay. Like, why? Mosquito's cool. Yeah, part of this is all of the download. And you can see how... Wait, like if you had to wait for like a 650 meg Docker image, why? Like that's... I don't really care for it. All right, I think we did most of this. Got that. Three especially important files here. Template.yaml contains the AWS SAM template that defines your AWS applications, AWS resources. Okay. Note that a serverless application is more than just Lambda functions. It can include additional resources such as APIs, databases, and event source mappings. You can use AWS SAM to define your serverless applications. Template spec. Benefits of using this. Like, why would you use this instead of, let's say, their don't they have something for setting up whole bunch of stuff. Thought they had like their own Kubernetes like config. Oh, there it is. Cloud formation. Single deployment configuration, AWS SAM, makes it easy to organize related components and resources, and operates on a single stack. You can use AWS SAM to share configuration, such as memory and timeouts between resources, and deploy all related resources together as a single versioned entity. That's pretty neat. Extension, let's see. Extension of AWS CloudFormation, because AWS SAM is an extension of AWS CloudFormation, you get the reliable deployment capabilities of AWS CloudFormation. You can define resources by using AWS CloudFormation in your AWS SAM template. That's interesting. Also, you can use the full suite of resources, intrinsic functions, and other template features that are available in AWS CloudFormation. Okay, so it's basically an extension to CloudFormation, which is pretty neat. Local debugging and testing, very nice. That's pretty cool. Huh. All right. That's pretty cool. I thought this was going to be like not part of CloudFormation. I was thinking maybe CloudFormation was going to be able to use this, but if it's really just an extension, that's good enough. I see. And here it's talking about intrinsic functions, API gateway extensions. I see. Okay, why were we over here? Oh, really? 13 came out, Postgres? Almost a month ago. Ooh, parallelizing vacuuming of indexes, nice. Oh, very cool. I'm not going to go through the whole thing here. Of course, it has to install scones, because why not? That's cool. All right, let's close that. It's too distracting. Template anatomy. Now, why wouldn't you use CloudFormation? Why would you use something like Kubernetes instead of CloudFormation? Or can CloudFormation use Kubernetes? Kubernetes is platform agnostic. Oh, I see. If using Helm or something. Huh, gotcha. Must include a section with the value of AWS. Serverless, blah, blah, blah. Additional transforms are optional. Hmm. Let's see, trying to grok this one. Resource attributes or attributes can add to a resource to control additional behaviors. Hmm. So, does anybody out there know if you're using an AWS Lambda, and let's say the Lambda runs within 10 milliseconds, they're going to charge you for 100 milliseconds. But what if you have a continuous stream of requests coming in? Let's say you had 1,000 requests coming in a very, very short period of time. Would they charge you 100 milliseconds for each one of those? Or do they put them into, like, do they reuse the same thing? Like, how does that work? I'm guessing, like, it would make sense that they would reuse them, but the time seems so small. Then how would they be routing these things? So it's going to be DNS, right? DNS. And can you load balance these requests across? They keep the VM or container up if it's being used. I see. Oh, look, it's removing the old AWS CLI. Wow. Elixir? My goodness. I can't wait to get off this box. It times out after 15 minutes. I see. And you get charged for running a Lambda, basically running that for 15 minutes. Makes sense. All right, Joker Dan. You take care. Why are we installing Erlang? Root install that. Are they using in Erlang for one of these? Trying to implement scrolling with scroll off? Huh. Oh, it says it's installed and up to date. Was it just doing an upgrade for giggles? Oh my goodness, homebrew. Oh, I do not like your shenanigans, homebrew. Let me choose when to upgrade. Guessing Erlang's in this list. There's that. Elixir, there we go. Erlang. 22 to 23, there were some pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool additions to 23. Alright, I'm gonna leave that alone for a bit. I'm gonna come back over here. Windows 6 here. Alright, now we were in here. Download, okay. I think we did this. Let's check. Do we have Sam? We do. Great. Sam in it. Should this be? Okay, we'll create it in here. Sure, we'll look at the quick start ones. I would rather it be Rust. AWS, Sam, Rust. Because they referenced it over here. Where was it? Not there. Over here. Oh, they said they would be adding a cargo builder to the template. I see. Got it. All right. Why are we searching images? Building custom runtimes. Sample templates for serverless Rust. Let's take a peek. Yeah, don't see it there. We'll just choose one. Let's actually choose one. Sam app, sure. Let's do number 8, a web backend. Or a stock trader? I don't know. Hello world example. Let's do one. Something simple. Sam build. Interesting. Okay, so if we go back up, go into our, what was it, test lambda function cd. build. Oh, we don't have a template there. I see. And we went through this already. We understand the code. We didn't get this far. Simple logger. Okay, info, debug trace, etc. Next, we use a Lambda macro defined in the Lambda runtime crate to bootstrap our custom runtime. You can optionally pass your own Tokyo runtime to the Lambda macro. Okay. Let's get our template set up.
When your world feels like it's crumbling now, just know that I'll be around. I'll always be there to
Hey, why don't they have a Rust template? It seems like it would be easy to add.
I know that you've been feeling down every time that you call out.
And where was the repo that they cloned?
Every time you need me, and you know we gotta be together, 'cause we are designed to be forever, and we are refined to say we'll never.
Oh, that's the telemetry stuff. Okay. Ah, here it is. Issues. Oh yeah, please add a working Rust one. Fine. Now let's take a peek at that. What is this one?
You mean the world to me. You're everything that I can see. You're everything that I can feel. You are my dream.
More context into the state of the SAM Lambda Nation. In Rust for casual readers of the issue, in case you are left wondering how to have a good SAM environment for Rust, hope it helps. I'll continue investigating how to put this thing together. Current DXUX issues. Interesting remote debugging architecture. Okay. Example switching from CDK to SAM. September 23rd. Yeah, it's not too long ago. So hopefully some of this has been solved. If people adopt SAM as a Rust Lambda blueprint project, it all goes to hell. The current DX fails with Rust Lambdas. I mean, it looks like they're talking about debugging, but not necessarily like the template. Like, what sort of template do they have for this? There's now a makefile builder workflow that can be used directly. Service application model. Support Rust via cargo. I thought this was already committed. Looks. Wow, this is really, really long. Changes requested. 'Cause I thought they had set something up already. I thought I saw that they had Rust working. What PRs do they have? Java. Hmm. Yeah, they talked about this already, didn't they? Because for SAM, it has to be AWS template format, something very specific. Serverless. Oh, this one. Description. Okay, functions timeout 3. Runtime. I see. So we could just put the values in from the other thing in here. Hello world. So it looks like it should be possible to wire this up. Let me go back to the issues and follow this a little bit. So this is for the templates. We look through here. The templates are, yeah, this was Lambda builders, and the other one's the templates. I see. I thought they were the same repo. Oh, they have two closed. Support Rust Lambda functions via cargo, with cargo. We did that already. Building custom runtimes. Examples? Oh, interesting. You declare your Lambda functions to use a custom runtime by specifying runtime provided for the function. Okay. Bootstrap is real handler. I mean, this one here seems like it would work just fine. Building layers. And what does a layer do? Oh, building image. How do I know if it's what it's actually doing? Oh, we could stop this. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's doing.
Hey guys, does anyone want to play PUBG with me? Marcus, do you want to play PUBG? We can eliminate these commies. Go!
Oh. All right, so it's going to go and do its little thing there. I just want to know how to set up that
Does anyone want
the
to play
template anatomy thing, the template file.
Okay, everyone, spam F. When we get into the plane, everyone spam F. Does anyone have a vertical foregrip?
Hmm. Yeah, it looks like today I jumped into the deep end. Not sure what they're doing here. Why are there all these Rust raspberry things? Sorry, I'm in the Docker window. Like two images on disk. One's like, what's that, 2.34 gigs, and the other's 1.74. Clean up. Wow, it's still going. And this was just like upgrade that we fired off a little bit ago. Oh, looks like it finished. Okay. So it probably downloaded that. We'll go back. uh, all right. Gotta clean up a little bit of these. Delete. Yes, remove that. Oh, I see. I had been. I've been using tarpaulin. All right, let me. Gotta delete like a couple more of these. Okay. So where do we think the Docker stuff is actually living here? Hmm. That's documentation, demos, overrides. There's nothing in there. So this must not have worked. Yeah, this didn't give me anything. Network. Alright, 200, that's fine. Is it saying that this is in a file called makefile? Huh. All right. Levels function timeout 3. That's fine. Resources. Let's. Oh. No Python 3 provider. Why not? All right, let's try this. All right, looks like it's working. Kind of. Provided. Let's change this to 128. Arguably, we don't need much memory. And what's the? How do they charge on the AWS Lambda pricing? All right. Looks like the smallest is 128. You can allocate any amount of memory in your functions between 128 megs and 3008 and 64 megabyte increments. That is a very small amount of money. Basically, it's like, what is that, 20 cents for a million? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Versus 83 cents per million. All right, function name, hello Rust, sure. Why not? Serverless function, hello Rust function, okay. Events, didn't put in there. This is something off of properties though. I'd like to be able to handle HTTP requests and not just like random serialized data coming in and out. Outputs, let's say a serverless REST API is an implicit API created out of the event keys under the serverless function. Oh, I see, and there's a couple things that are not correct anymore. Rename those to Hello Rust from Hello World. Hello Rust. Okay. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna drop this up here into those events. I'm gonna copy this. I'll go to the URL. What? No, I just want to go to that location. But if you could combine this with that other permissions API stuff, oh goodness, you could get stuff out the door so fast. Wow. Hmm. What happens if we build this cargo? No. Sam build. Does that work? Oh, there is no make file here, is there? Attribute. Object has no attribute get. Okay. It's this. Save that. Hmm. Same thing. All right, Zenocron. Yeah, I'm about to head out too. And thanks for hanging out. And it feels like at this point I need to understand the these config files better. I'll leave that in there. Oh, I have resources twice. Resources, resources. Oh, look at that. Okay, now it's working. Missing separator. Where? Yeah, that was already done. And the artifacts directory is this. That works. It's there. Wow, it's huge. So what did it mean by missing separator? Custom make builder, make build, missing separator. All right, let's go look at the custom make builds then. Wait, we just went through this post. Oh. Yeah, it says hello Rust function. Build hello Rust function. Hello Rust function. All right, that's still there. Could it be one of these? Hello Rust API, like this stuff here. Let's comment that out. Turn on debug logging. Okay. Do they have a verbose mode or is that it? Okay, there we go. Sending telemetry. What? Make file. Oh, is it actually running make? All right, let's just fix this. Because if that's just a make error, we can fix that. Okay, missing separator on line 2. That's funny. That little bit right there. So very helpful. 2, missing separator. Oh, it's because it. Hey, CM Griffin, how's it going? Oh, thank you for the raid. Happy Monday, everybody. Just kidding, it's Saturday, I think. It might be Saturday. And did you know that 6 out of 7 of Snow White dwarves are not happy? Oh, you got a headache. Oh, man. Sorry about that. We're trying to get Rust running in AWS Lambdas. Oh, why didn't it record that? So we're using this project called SAM, which appears to be an extension of the AWS cloud forming stuff. Oh, yes, more Rust. All right, so here it's saying that we're missing a separator, but I don't. Doesn't look wrong to me. What separator are we missing here? Is it? Okay, no, that seems fine. So it's supposed to just be a standard make file. Maybe it was a wrong character there? Ah, yes. Yes. Okay, so it's just a bogus character. Nap time instead of the other stream. Well, Chris, I hope you feel better soon. And I feel for you. I get migraines sometimes, and I. Oh yeah, we got a little a set of commands here. If you're interested in anything about the channel, we've got the theme. Today isn't quite correct. I don't think we set up today yet. Is it treating this as no? It's treating this as 2 lines, but that artifactor, this here, is not getting set. Oh, that's interesting. And why not? Why is this not getting set? Hey, how do we know? I mean, it seems like Sam should be setting that. Super simple make file. Oh, it's empty. Let's ask the Oracle, Sam, artifact stir. We might toss AWS in there. Yeah, that's not gonna work. This might be the exact same page that we came from. Do we have to actually set that? Oh man, I love my keyboard. I got this for Father's Day like 10 years ago, and it has never failed. All right, what are the SAM environment variables? Getting started. Okay, maybe they just have some issue. SAM references. Getting started. We could dump env, but I don't know if I can actually do that on stream. Vortex Rec 3 there. Oh, nice. I'm gonna run that first just to make sure I'm not gonna leak anything. Oh, you know what? I know it's not working because we're not running it inside of SAM. We're just running it as a makefile. But if we do a SAM build, then it should work. There we go. If we do a SAM local invoke, this is going to run Rust code inside of Docker locally, I think. I'm not sure. What's the link posting rules for a channel? It's really just on topic. But yeah, if you got stuff about your keyboard, that's fine. Oh, interesting. Is it going to download something crazy here? I really don't mind random links as long as it's not like spammy, you know? You're having a conversation in chat. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I think this is pretty good there. What's going on over here? Oh, gee, what? Stop you. What's it doing? Oh, it was doing a brew upgrade. Of course. Do I do data-oriented programming? Oh. Guess it depends, right? Work stuff, probably not. For some of the Godot pieces that we've been doing, no. Some of the server stuff, I guess, because data-oriented programming is kind of a style. I would say portions of the server are like that, but in general, no. Are you doing data-oriented programming, Woolly Mammoth? Oh, you made it back. Well, welcome back. Yeah, this is how I kind of remember it. Focusing on the data layout, sorting fields according to when they're needed. Hmm. Scott Myers. Hmm. It's taking for. Let me kill this off. I'm gonna have to just let this thing do its update later. And I'm not sure why this thing here is taking a while to build this. I'm guessing it's downloading some sort of image. I don't think that it actually got the proxy settings right. Oh, here's the keyboard. Oh, speaking of modems, earlier we were talking about modems, and this is what it feels like looking at a modem, an image load on modem. Those are nice keyboards. I like the buttons on those. What switches are they using? Oh, cherry blues, nice. True division. Hey, you know what? I think that okay, we were talking about this earlier, and this is one of the things I don't like about Docker. So we went through and set up a proxy, which was over here somewhere, and it doesn't appear as though the proxy is being used. Or at least I can't tell whether or not it's being used. It should have been in here, like something should have been right there. Use color coding for macros on the racer. Oh, interesting. R&D are editing tags on React. Nice. So yeah, I think the Docker bit here not functioning correctly. This registry mirrors that we set up earlier did not do its thing. It replaces the daemon registry mirrors with a new set of registry mirrors. If some existing mirrors in the daemon's configuration are not in newly reloaded registry mirrors, these existing ones will be removed from the daemon's config. Hmm. If I go to the dashboard, I can see that there are images that have loaded. Yeah, 350 megs, 368 megs so far. I wonder if I kill that, is it going to go poorly? I'm guessing it's downloading another couple hundred megs. Oh, interesting. It was a bit wild trying to figure out how you wanted to use Vim with switching to split and ortholinear. Yeah. Oh, that's... It's funny that I had never considered how ortholinear would change how I type, but the kinesis is like that, and I didn't think, like, it just didn't dawn on me. Because from my perspective, it just looks like there's keys out there. They're not in a row because they don't, you don't see the rows unless you look down the wells. Oh, the swearing. Yeah, it is kind of PG. My kids kind of come in here every now and then. So. So it does seem like this other thing should be working. Oh, any of the kids that come in here are going to be a little older, so yeah. Now, where are we going? So this says it's quote unquote building an image, but I don't think it's truly building an image. I think it's downloading an image. Let's get rid of that other one. Okay, now let's try this. Oh. Seriously? FCF? Oh, that's weird. We're gonna edit anyways. Oh, not those first three though. Oh man, forever ago as Sublime user. Okay, I even have a license to Sublime. Yeah, why would you bother with Vim? It's just something that I've been using for 20 years, so why not? Oh yeah, check this out. We'll go edit something over this SSH here. Well, you get the idea. And why didn't this SAM build? Oh, just so you can program everything to your keyboard that moves with you. Sure. Well, that sounds pretty cool. What does this guided thing do? I think I was doing a local thing over here. Oh, it finished. Missing the first name. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, okay, so that finished. Let's go to 7 here. Stack name. don't know. Is that a cron? Sure. Confirm changes before deploy. Shows you resource changes only. Yeah. Sure. Unable to locate credentials. That's fine because I don't have those set up yet. I don't have AWS credentials set up in my environment. Probably what it's expecting, which is good. I'm glad that it failed there. One thing you can't do in Vim is solve merge conflicts. Do you use Fugitive? Do I use the read line shortcuts in my shell? I use the, I guess I'm using Vim key bindings here. Oh, interesting. Look at this. Oh, this was the output directory. Okay. Target, that makes sense. Oh, Control A, Control A. Yeah, I use that. This is actually OS 10. This here is Linux. I set them up the same way. Tmux, etc. Okay, so where are we going over here? Duration 12 milliseconds. Init duration. So it took 200. So it had a warm up. This is neat that you can actually run these things locally. That is really, really handy. Does that mean that you could also run all of the other terraforming stuff locally? The cloud formation stuff? And it's nice that Rust is so light on memory. Right, max memory used, it's like 8 megs. Oh man, Sonnet would be nice. Well, it's interesting that we got the hello thing working. It ran, but it's missing field name. I wonder how we set this up. Yeah, let's put out of all of those because I think we had 2 VIMs open on the same thing. Okay, good. All right. Okay, so we have a couple of these. I do not like the capital there. Odd, hello, good. Now if we look at the code is a little bit different. Now here we have this custom event. Now I would rather this not be a custom event, but something else. I wonder how we're supposed to do that in Rust. So if we have Lambda runtime and we look at documentation, how do we handle an HTTP request? Handler. How do we wire this up to an HTTP GET? Oh, I wonder if they have an example in their repository. A minimal HTTP function to demonstrate how to interface with API gateways. Okay, let's try this. Is this? This is from the serverless project, right? Sample template for bootstrapping that. No, I don't think this should be serverless. Yeah, this is the serverless stuff. I don't want to use serverless, which is fine, but I want to see what they're doing in here. Request here. Where is request coming in? Ah, off of Lambda HTTP. I see. Yeah, with tests, which is nice. Was the borrow system difficult for me to pick up coming from C and C++? You know, I think there's definitely a learning cliff. Hey, Nixie Div. But now that I understand lifetimes, the lifetime annotations, I understand the borrow checker. Now that I get those, when I go back into C, C++, JavaScript, now I'm thinking, who owns this value? Like it's there, and so. It looks like a request is coming in from HTTP Lambda, which was not this one. Go back. Now I gotta bail in a couple minutes actually, so, but I want to look at this. Where is Lambda HTTP? That's runtime. There we go. Format. And what does request look like? Query string parameters, etc. Get name. Oh, that's interesting. So you can have stuff in the You just switched to Onivem. Interesting. I've never heard of Onivem. How'd you find out about it? Oh, I see. And this basically is from HTTP, so they're re-exporting that with body. Yeah. So essentially, you could have a different handler for different URLs, or handler for a whole bunch of them. I wonder what would be the benefit. An advertisement on Twitter. What? For Onivem? Wow. It looks like VS Code. Vim style modal editing. Aesthetics and language. Okay. Are they using browser for this? Compatible with VS Code extensions. Wow. What was I thinking? Oh, Electron. Are they using Electron? Oh, they're not using Electron. But I said using Electron is a super quick way to get a decent number of text editor support, because there are so many great text editors out there for Electron. I mean, like the component that has text in it, colors it, modifies it, etc. That component. You know, I've got to get running. I'm thinking we're gonna hit up Lime Dye and DB Synth in Rust. Ooh, nice. That sounds cool. That's fun today. I think that I'm probably gonna keep doing this, maybe a week or more. I have to figure out how to manage this sort of thing. And getting a little bit more experience with AWS is going to be really, really nice. I'm looking forward to it. So, thanks for hanging out, y'all. If you want to catch me offline, I'm in that Discord. And I also do announcements in there if you're not getting the Twitch announcements very, very often. So, that, and if you're really a glutton for punishment, all of this is archived over there on YouTube. So, Until next time, y'all. Bye bye.